think everything is set up. Let me adjust for a good angle, if I can. We'll see if I can. And then immediately change the song because, holy cow. Cool. We'll see where this one goes. This has potential. All right. So, 2 pieces. And quite a bit to do. Really, all that I've gotten done so far is the base layer and a little bit of the scale work. So, plenty to do tonight. Let's see. Got probably some touch-up work I can do with black. And I think the fun part will be the wings. I think I want to do kind of a purple to sort of like the kind of the inner workings of the wings. So that is probably where I'll start first, which I could probably use a reference for. So let me see if I can find a reference for that. Because that's where I get all my ideas, is saying, well, what have other people painted? What looks cool? And I think I saw one last time I was looking. I need to do a better job of saving these so it's easier to pull them up. Where was it? Yeah, this one. This is good. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Now I know what I'm doing. Now I know what I'm doing. So, grab a few things here. See how I want to arrange this tonight to be clear and comfortable. Okay. We are going to want a good purple. And a better song, but I can... Which can I get done first? Let's give a try to this grimoire purple, or better, grimoire purple. Come on now. Hey, welcome to the stream. Just painting up a black dragon. Figured I'd do sort of a purple on the wings. Did some design work earlier for the session that I plan to use this in, and I think it'll be pretty cool and has the potential to really piss off my players, which is exciting and daunting at the same time. So we'll see how that goes. Let me see, I feel like the lighting might make it difficult for this camera to really pick up on what I'm doing a little bit. So I think I might move it around, actually. I think this might jostle for a minute, but I think it'll be worth it to actually come up and over to be going down like that. Masterful bit of movement. Still trying to figure out the best way to capture my left-handed painting. There we go. Now I can say, there's the black dragon. Cool. I do have a little bit more over here in the face camera on Twitch and stuff, but I think I can live with that. Great. Much better. Yep, I'm good with that. Okay, back at it. Not really sure my complete plan for the wings, but I think it's going to start with the kind of the spread in between all the bones being this purple. definitely fun painting things up, whether it's a NPC, like a horde of monsters, or a like a boss kind of like this, because it gives you a lot of time to think about the encounter that you're going to run and how to make it just a little bit more interesting. Because I don't know about you guys, if you guys run for... Hey Arcane, how's it going? I don't know if you guys run much D&D, but I've run my share of boring boss encounters, and so it's nice to be able to kind of meditate a bit and think about. And I think I did. I think today on stream I ended up coming up with some did a kind of a brainstorm and like design stream on what abilities to give to this guy this week, and I think it's probably going to really piss off some players, which is exciting. Or it's going to be pretty terrifying, because what I landed on is a few different things. So it's like the context is it's an ancient black dragon, and simply being near, like within like 20 feet, let's say, of the dragon is gonna cause some damage, just sort of by default, to the extent that I think I put it. I think there's a yes, there's a save. I decided on a save, and if you are successful in the save, all you take is damage. If you fail the save, the caustic, the corrosive acid that's just kind of present around this dragon is going to do damage to a worn magic item, like some magic item that's kind of available to be touched by it. And starting with attuned items, that's if there are any attuned items being worn, so armor, weapons, rings, whatever, something's going to get eaten through with it. So that's bound to upset somebody. That was the one. I think the other big one is that we'll see if this lasts another day. You know, everything's a draft. The other one is if the poison breath... Need some more purple paint. The poison breath ability that I gave it, if you fail that save, keep in mind, this is a big, bad, awful dragon, and these are 13th level characters. So if they fail the save against that breath, then they just lose their Constitution saves. Cross them out. Never going to succeed on a Constitution save again. Which I think is kind of a fun idea. And it sounds a lot worse than it really is, but right now those are the kind of custom augments that I've given to this dragon. We'll see how it goes. I'm of the opinion that, well, most bad guys in some small way or another, but definitely boss fights should sort of break the rules in some sort of way. So we will see. I'll do it, and the nice part about this is I'll be able to report back later in the week, and we'll see how everybody took it, or we'll see what version of these changes actually makes it to the table. There's, you know, sometimes I'll take a look at it, you know, even at the very, very last second and go, oh shit, this is a bit optimistic on my part. I am not going to be trying to pull that off, but I hope I stick with at least some of what I came up with, because I think it would all make it pretty unique. So we shall see. I'm just curious, how many people, oh, thanks. How many people, like, I feel like I underutilize dragons in my, in all my games. Maybe because I try to make them all, like, substantial encounters, but I really don't, I don't throw them in as often as I probably could. Wonder if that's common or not, or maybe people, like, I've never run with, like, there's plenty of types of dragons I've never even used. I wonder how common that is. I mean, a little bit. Running dragons is quite a bit intimidating, right? Because you want it to be some really impactful experience. Our games, they use them probably way too much. Hey, well, they're certainly fun and evocative and scary. I always second guess how I'm running them, though. Like, okay, was this enough? Was this, you know? Yeah, trying to get better at that, but. Probably better to use them more often than not enough. Like, how often are people going to play Dungeons and Dragons? They probably want to fight some damn dragons, so. Can already tell on this wing, they'll be doing a lot of touch up on the bones, but that's okay. The Creature Codex, is that the, that's the Cobalt Press one, right? I think I have that. I should browse through it and see if it's got any good ideas for my specific encounter. I think the first dragon that I ever ran was a white dragon, but that's because it was part of the like the not the starter kit, but I think the essentials kit. That was the first really thing that I ever ran for any extended period of time. Back when I was learning how to DM and screwing everything up. Yeah, I think, yeah, Arcane, you mentioned the seasoned players. I think that's partly why I'm trying to, like, kind of spin some unique ideas, more impactful stuff, I guess, for my Black Dragon encounter here, because I have a few. I have players that have played the game, you know, a really long time, and usually are more knowledgeable about things like, you know, rules and everything more than I care to be, so definitely want to be surprising whenever I can. Kind of like how this song is surprising. I ran a black dragon with lizard folk minions that rode giant crocodiles in the swamp. That sounds awesome. My swamp, they went through it last time, and the swamp had a Fomorian witch crawl out of, like, emerge from the swamp, throwing, what are they called? Throwing the, like, what are they called? They're the black oozes, the black, like the black jellies or whatever that are really nasty. Just chucking them like, you know, little grenades, or big grenades, I guess. That's one thing that I'll probably have to... Yes, black puddings. Thank you. That's one piece that I'm not sure if I'm gonna... I think I like the... I think there's a layer action for this dragon in the main monster manual that's like swarms of insects, and I might do a riff on that. I don't know if I'll do swarms of insects necessarily, but I like the idea of some sort of swarm. We'll see. And I also did some brainstorming on what might happen if the context is that it's like it's a temple. There's a temple that's in a basically a swamp that's kind of overtaken a region, and for all sorts of reasons. And if the players in sort of desperation go, okay, let's just let's run into the temple because the door is just standing open there. Did some brainstorming on what will happen because I think the black dragon would go crashing into the temple entrance after them. Man, dragons can be so annoying to paint. Let's see. Set him back like this for a second. But we'll see what they decide to do. Get some more purple in there. Oh man, yeah. I have dragons, so many dragons to paint well. I've slapped together a few, but I have a few that I'm proud of that I've spent, what I think is like the appropriate amount of time on. But yeah, more often than not, I'm like, okay, I just have to get something on this to put it on the table. But better to play than to not, so. But it's really nice to be able to take time to try to get something a little bit more done. Let's see, I think first dragon I ran was a white dragon. Next time I really properly ran a dragon was probably... I have a pretty cool nightmare dragon, which is super usable in a lot of different ways. It's also not very big, so it's easy to kind of sell it as maybe like a weaker dragon. I have a green dragon that I'm happy with. And that might be it in terms of like the minis that I have that I'm like, oh yeah, like white dragon, nightmare dragon, green dragon. I feel fully stocked on those, but I've got a half-assed red that I've run before that needs fixed. I've got a young black dragon that also wasn't finished. It's just shameful. Just shameful. Get to him at some point. I think the first real boss monster and boss like encounter that I ever really got into. Kind of painted up a bunch of terrain, painted the monster to a point that I was satisfied, was a bone golem. And I did this, you know, kind of blood fountain thing. Felt really good about all of that. I think, if I remember correctly, I think the blood fountain came from a Black Magic Craft. Oh, thanks Arcane for the share. I appreciate it. I have built a lot of terrain using Black Magic Craft tutorials. I'll have people sometimes, you know, ask in the comments of my videos and stuff, hey, you need to do tutorials, you need to do videos on how you made all this stuff. I'm like, I can just direct you to way better videos on all this stuff made by people who specialize in videos on how to make this stuff. I just design and play with the stuff. How-to crafting is a whole other game. But it's fun. It's fun to do. That's awesome. I feel like he's a gateway in. I feel like there's two main phases so far that I've noticed when people online talk, and those phases are like either they came in with DM Scotty or they came in, you know, with Black Magic Craft. It feels like those are the two main doorways in that I always hear people talk about. Hey Tube, how's it going? Just making some progress on this dragon here. I think I want to do some horns. Which I think I want to start with like a tan actually, or like a brown. Like a light brown, not quite straight to white. Yeah, Black Magic Craft was where I started too. I didn't know about Scotty until after. Okay, so I think on this guy, I want to do horns and claws in a, get him held in front of the camera correctly. I think I want to do his horns up top and all of the like bone kind of claw pieces at the end. I think I'll do all those initially in this kind of really light kind of tan color, and then I'll go from that to maybe dry brushing on more of a white. So I think that's the plan. Maybe at the end of the tail even, see how that goes, but probably, yep, that's what I'm gonna do next. Yeah, there's been a number of times I've worked on something or followed somebody's instructions somewhere in the mix. It's like, yeah, this is like a remix on something DM Scotty did, and I go look it up, and it's like, wow, he's been doing this for so long. But I'm trying to think, I think only a few of his techniques that I've used, not many really, but he's done so much stuff. It's crazy. And I do want to check out his, I've heard good things about DM Scotty. I think made the Easy D6 system, like a new book that I need to pick up and try out. It's probably got some ideas in it that I would like. Ideas that I would like in contrast to that song, which I did not like. Alright, let me pull the camera this way, just touch. See if I can get more of this half of the table in view. There we go. Nice part about running a couple of games of D&D, which right now I run 2 every week, both have been running for a while, is that sometimes you can line up, it's not as often as I would like, but sometimes I'm able to line up things to benefit the stuff that I'm making or painting. Can work in both places, and this Black Dragon, fortunately, will be definitely usable in both games, so I think that sort of helps with how long I can justify working on it. Which isn't, like, long, but certainly, like, anything for a few nights worth of effort is not nothing. I can't say I know a ton about other systems either, Arcane. It's been like, I am not really a player of other systems. Like, I don't have a ton of experience at all with that, but I'm curious about them because sometimes there are ideas where I'm like, oh, I'll just pull that idea into mine or find a way to incorporate it. Definitely not into one system yet. I mean, I definitely am. Like, I'm into 5th edition is what I run, but 5th edition lends itself pretty well to being all sorts of tweaked, and I do a little bit of that. I was actually just talking to somebody, I think on Reddit, about, just very briefly, about like cool stuff to do with like druids. Druids are something that I try to do a little bit of heavy lifting with anytime I have a player that is a druid. Yeah, I feel like Arcane, I feel like we all do. I feel like we all kind of have to. Especially if your players do anything want to do anything reasonable, like, hey, can I craft? It's like, shit. Yes, of course you can. Let's homebrew something. Or like, I have a player who's like, hey, can I, like, not really craft, can I, like, tinker and like invent and build things? It's like, fuck, yeah, of course you can. Let's homebrew some stuff. And I think that I think I heard you talking about on a stream once that you also do a bunch of stuff with languages. And I do a little bit with that, but mostly I augment Thieves' Cant to use like symbols so that thieves have some, like, a code they can translate out in the world, and like druids can do all this like kind of communicating with other druids using like birds and wind and stuff like that. just to try to give some opportunities for people to do a little bit more with those kind of classes, that kind of stuff. And I figure by the time I've done this for a few more years, all of those ideas that I have will be a lot more concrete and easier. I won't be doing as much, custom rolled stuff every time. I'll just be like, oh yeah, here's how I've done this for years. Yeah, that's what I remember you talking about, Arcane. You can learn languages. You're not fluent right away. I definitely like that. I've attempted something like that before. I think the group that I was trying it with, it didn't necessarily take hold, but I could also do a better job of making languages more of a thing. I think, and maybe this is because there are like spells to quickly get around these limitations, but I don't think I do a very good job in my game of making languages such a blocker like they could be. Downtime is tricky. Yeah, my second real big campaign, I kind of made a concerted effort to do that. Established like I made a Google Calendar that's just for tracking. It's not a Google Calendar, sorry. It's just a calendar like spreadsheet, and it's for tracking the in-game time. And I reference it here and there, and I started just forcing downtime on them, like without asking them, because players want to go, and that makes sense. That's a good thing. So after they would kind of finish an arc, I'd be like, okay, and then you guys get back, and basically to recover from that arc, like, yes, you have hit points, yes, survival, blah, 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 but you guys have to stay put for a week to, like, basically, call it decompress, call it plan for the next thing, call it keep everything running back at kind of your hometown or whatever, just whatever justification I needed at the time, and I just kind of told them that, okay, here you're taking a week, or here you're taking 2 weeks, because otherwise you can go, I feel like it'd be really easy to go, like, level 1 to 20 in, like, 3 weeks. Like, it wouldn't be, it's definitely not impossible. I mean, that's one way to do it, for sure, is to limit the full rest, or limit, like, a full recovery. I've tried some modifications to short rest, long rest. Some of it's worked, some of it hasn't. But I think that it's like here, I think where I've sort of come to think about it is that one of the few things that we get to fully control as DMs, I guess depending on how you DM, the answer to this could be lots of things, but I think one of the only things that we get to fully control is time. We can sort of dictate how long something's going to take, whether that's how long it, this conflict is, whether it extends out into a combat, or whether it's handled differently, or how long it takes to get someplace, whether we're going to play out all the travel, or whether we're going to zip there either narratively or like teleport or whatever, like I guess mostly just narratively in that case. But so I kind of view downtime that way, where it's like, it's almost like I'm inserting a pause break here. I'm inserting, this is one of the few areas where I'm going to insert, gonna force, which I guess there, and then that's peppered with times where they kind of have to choose themselves between strategically pushing or not. I think as long as that's sometimes the case, then maybe players will let you get away with the yeah, I think that makes sense. I think a long rest, yeah, it's sure. Yeah, I think What would that? I think that's called like. There's a name for it. I've heard it before. It's like, you know, tougher rules or hardcore mode or things like that. It's honestly, it's another. It is. It's a learn as you go, and it's another one of those areas where I'm not sure what kind of games, you know, the designers, the 5th edition designers, what kind of games they play or what kind of games they expect people to play, because there's not a lot of resources for, or a lot of that sort of thing built into, you know, a lot of how they kind of teach people the game. But you know, it's good to work out. It's good to work out at the table too. Different groups want different things. It's a very flexible system. I feel like for all the crap that, especially lately, that 5th edition and Wizards is getting, I mean, how many, I'm trying to think, like, how many other games have intentionally or unintentionally sort of spawned all of these game designers? Like, it feels akin to, like, there must be, like, really popular, like, game modding communities, right? Like CSGO, or, you know, I think of, like, back in the day, like, all the modded, like, Half-Life maps that I played and stuff. Like, this has to be comparable to that in terms of, like, as a result of 5th edition's both popularity and design, look at how many people have, like, launched creative design careers in various, like, oh, they make homebrews, or oh, they make magic items, or oh, they make, it's massive. I mean, who knows how to quantify it, I guess, but it feels like feels really substantial to me. So tricky keeping in a vertical camera view for TikTok. Keeping even most of the dragon in frame is a real challenge. Here's my hourly reminder that I do have Twitch going. It's got a nice overhead camera and a face camera and everything. Like, it's a considerably better viewing experience. But hey, I'll stream everywhere. I don't care. Everywhere I can manage. Yeah, I mean, depending on what phone you have, sometimes that's the better. So let's see. Yeah, I've been using old phones. Those have been my, like, primary cameras as I've been sort of experimenting with streaming. And, like, that's what I use. That's what I use for my face camera with any of the stuff that I've been doing, because it's the best camera for sure that I have. Let's see here. God, yellow is such a tricky color. So tricky. Let me quickly take a look at my cheat, my reference. think probably, and that'll give the wings a little bit more time to dry. I think a lighter dry brush on the wings before I like better define all of the black kind of bone work. Yeah. Okay. So I'll do the claws. I will say that streaming painting and also building a little bit has definitely changed how I do those things, because you are always kind of, it has to change my posture, to change where I hold things, have to change the distance that I do things at. Like it's like relearning how to do it a little bit. Like, yeah, I can feel myself doing this different than normal. Still getting used to it. What else did I do on the stream earlier today? It's not related to a black dragon, but designed a feat for a cleric in a new game that I'm starting. And it's a feat because it's tied to the cleric's custom, what do you call it? He's got a custom sort of death domain. And it's a domain kind of about understanding how someone died and sort of explaining it. And it's sort of like a death investigation demigod that he follows. And clerics will ultimately get the opportunity at some point to like speak to dead. But A, I didn't want to wait that long, and B, I wasn't really crazy about that for like the flavor of the You're fine, Arcane. You don't have to talk more. I appreciate any input you give. You're cool. No, so anyway, so the feat, I think, what did I call it? I called it the Vestige of Death. And it's not a spell. I don't know what I would call it. It's just a thing that it's an ability granted by this guy's custom sort of domain, custom that's what they're called, right? Yeah, cleric's domain. And the way that it works is if he meditates on, either by touch or by just kind of thinking about someone who's dead, he can roll a D100, and if he is able to make contact with the dead body, he can add a number. He adds his cleric ability score to it. He adds an amount to it if he knew the creature, the deceased, when they were alive. And then based on that that determines the fidelity of the vision he receives, basically experiencing the final moments of that creature before they died, seeing how they died and the nature of it. And the trick is, the reason it's not a spell is the cost is that in order to experience this, coming out of the vision, the cleric dies. So the cleric's reduced to 0 hit points and has the option, like they're basically 0 points, 0 hit points and stable. And they have to, they can either choose to use a hit die if they have it to basically restore a number, or they have to be, basically stabilized or revived through any normal means. That's the big idea. So it's not using spell slots, but it actually, it's like, yes, it's almost like I think Flatliners was the movie that did this. It's almost like, yeah, you can sort of see through their eyes as long as you're willing to die. And then you can do it as much as you want, as long as you can keep, recovering that way, at least until anything else changes for that character. But so I'm excited to try that one out in game. Let's see what that one feels like. Okay, starting to get there. I'm not great. I feel like I should do something with the frill. He's got this whole fringe thing up top. Maybe it's just, you know what? Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. It's just more of this purple. Wait, Arcane, you say you're working on a keep. Have you shown pictures of this? I can't remember. I feel like you've mentioned the keep. Yeah, I've seen pictures. I think I've seen pictures of you working on this, or like the in progress stuff. If not, I just invented it in my head, but I think I have. Gotcha. So I'm inventing a keep in my head, but I bet it will be more awesome than what I'm imagining. That's exciting and daunting. I've only made one like home base for a group, and it was their guild hall. I think I've used it in a video or two at this point, but I had lots of big ideas for it, and I'm definitely gonna have to use it in another game at some point, because what I wanted to be able to do is like actually kind of change it as they like defeated monsters, like put things beheaded on the walls and pictures of places they've been, and never really got that far with it. But it was built and it was painted, and it was a I mean, they'll return to it for sure, but the nature of their game has sort of shifted because they found out their guild was being run by a lich, so they're a little bit on the run now, or about to be, I should say. But it's super fun. Like, I spent almost the entire session sprucing. I've been looking for. Okay, sweet. Closest thing I think I have to a keep I made. I think his channel is Tabletop Witchcraft on YouTube, and he has a lot of like epic builds, and he has one like stronghold, castle, keep. It could be probably explained a few different ways, but it's good stuff. Very, very exciting. I got to probably the most fun that I've had, or one of the most fun things I've done DMing is in my kind of the campaign that's focused on running a guild. The first sort of half, they're level 9 going to be level 10 very shortly, and the first half of their campaign ended up being all about, it's all about kind of reviving this old guild and recruiting. And when they were at about level, I want to say 3 or 4, I gave them basically a bunch of prop puzzle pieces, a bunch of prop items that contained a big puzzle, and I didn't tell them. So this is a little look into how I DM. I gave them basically cool stuff that had very, very obviously apparent benefits to them to look at, and that they would probably think are like, okay, this is cute that Ryan, that he made this for us. So like one was like an old wizard's journal. One was like this, kind of wooden box that held some trinkets in it. There was another that was a big rolled up map of their world. It was dated like 1,000 years in the past. Basically, all these kind of like relics of a past. A bunch of scrolls of songs from an old bard. They were basically like artifacts from an old dead adventuring party. Basically, the original founders of their guild. And what I didn't tell them was that there's basically hidden aspects to all these props. And seeing as how this, adventuring party had their own way of encoding things, you would sort of have to solve one to be able to solve the next. Some of them had answers that were kind of, you needed both to piece it together. And the main way that kind of what I would call the first layer of that puzzle was hidden was using UV ink. And when they found all the props, the only real hint that I gave to them was that there were candles. Well, I did a few things to hint to this, but suffice to say they didn't latch onto it. They didn't sort of anticipate that there was something more to these props apart from like the first apparent benefit, and like, oh, that's neat, that's cool, and now we have this kind of thing to reference. It took about 2 months, I think, for one of the players to like accidentally run. I think they were checking for like cat pee in their house or something like that, because they have cats, and they ran a UV light over their particular prop and saw words and stuff light up on it. And super cool, because everybody jumped on a call and they were freaking out and like, look at this, this is. And then partway through that call, they're like, wait, what about everybody else's stuff? Does everybody have a UV light that they can use? And that was when they started to realize that there was this sort of like complex puzzle, hidden in the props. And then it only took them about a year after that point to solve them all. And solving them identified the identity of the Lich as their guild leader. So that was really cool, because from basically level 4, when I gave it to them, I was like, man, if they really buckle down, if they figure this out, they could figure out kind of this big turn for the campaign. They could figure it out at level 5, way before they're ready to deal with this and what could happen. Like that was kind of a fun part of that half of the campaign. But it took them until about level 9, right before this arc that they're currently on. And now the back half of the campaign switches to, obviously they want to kill this Lich, but also they were only able to convince some of the people they recruited to come with them. So basically they've recruited kind of the mini bosses, or like some of these people are continuing to work with the Lich, and those connections will all be super personal as those people they chose. Kind of every time they recruited somebody, I gave them like 2 or 3 options, very like video gamey, where it's like, okay, these are the 3, you guys can only recruit 1, who do you pick? And those are some really fun conversations. And then to see all that turn later into like, oh God, who do we need to, we have to make sure we convince this person to, you know, what's going on, or to, you know, screw this one, they're a lost cause, they'll never, you know, side with us over the Lich, and blah, blah. Yeah, I get that for sure. Puzzles are really hard. I think part of the reason that puzzles get really tough is because most of the time you're trying to walk a line. Most of the time as DMs, we're trying to walk a line where we want it to be tricky. At the same time, the game can't stall. Because if they can't figure it out, what happens, right? And it's not that often that we get opportunities, or what I think is fun is to find opportunities to say, here's a puzzle. And if it's too hard for you guys, and this annoys my players to no end, they're like, well, we can't figure it out. And it's like, okay, so what do you guys want to do? And they're like, no, damn it. And then it's, you know, so I think making puzzles non-essential gives us a little bit more freedom to make them trickier. I mean, for mine, I just looked into a bunch of like real world cryptography, like how messages are hidden in plain sight, and created a few of those. Especially when I needed, like, okay, you know, this puzzle's answer has to unlock this next thing, which enables them to go to the next puzzle level. Because basically there were 5 props that were all interconnected. And actually, I need to. You might. The one prop that was a map, so it had like locations that were identified in the UV ink, but there were sort of Easter eggs, because the prop map was from 1,000 years prior, so there were all these kind of subtle and not so subtle things that were different. That's also sort of connected to this overarching plot of you know, how the guild had affected the world since back then. And yeah, the symbols that identified locations on the map were tied to songs that the bard had written about those locations, and they had to relate those 2 things in order to decode the bard's songs about those areas, which then told them, yeah, it was nuts. I need to probably do some videos talking about it, because it was some intense puzzle making stuff. And some of it was almost like fundamentally broken, because I tried to include this music code, and I don't really understand music. So it like kind of made sense, but also was kind of totally broken. But yeah, it was a ton of fun to do, that's for sure. Definitely a highlight. I've got some more ideas for some kind of prop making stuff. Maybe I'll see. Yeah, that'd be good encouragement. I've got a few things sitting on my shelf that I haven't attacked that are very much prop things, and I've been stalling or been waiting to work on them. Maybe if I do a video and people think that those old props were cool, that'll give me the inspiration to jump into some prop work again. Yep, definitely on my list. I've only got, I think, 2 more of these damn player classes to get through, and then I can move on to more ideas. I think I've got to do my Artificer and my Paladin, and then I get some relief and can do some more kind of ad hoc ideas that aren't tied to like an ongoing series. So how do you I know you're working on something at the same time, so I'll just riff. You jump in with whatever you want. I don't want you to feel like you're having to answer my questions. So when I think about it, the big bad. This reminds me. So here's another idea that I want to. I don't know how to organize this yet, but I feel like okay. I always try to take the big bad and go, okay, well, who works for them, or like what's the big stuff they're trying to accomplish, and then who's doing that for them, and then who do those people need help from, and then who do those people need help from, and depending on what level the players are at, they're going to be dealing with that, how many levels down of minions. And the idea that I have for this that I think would be really fun, there was I don't know if they still do it, but there used to be something in the graphic design, like the web design world. It was called Photoshop Tennis. And it was basically just, designers kind of, using on social media, taking layers of some kind of graphic design and sort of hitting it back and forth with each other, adding a layer, taking like an hour to do it. I think it'd be fun to do something like that with a campaign plot. I think it'd be fun to try to, call it like, I don't know, plot, call it DM tennis or something like that. And, have two people make it like a scheduled thing. Like, okay, they're doing it, and for the next couple of hours, they're going to go back and forth. And so the first person starts off and it'd be like, the characters are having to go down into the sewers because there's been some crazy problem, it's a mundane problem where the sewers are backed up, and it turns out that's because there's an overabundance of like oozes that are holding things up, and the players find and destroy them. So like that's like round one. So that's like one video that gets sent from one person back to the other, and then that could be, I don't even know what the language is in stupid TikTok. I don't know if it'd be like a stitch, a duet, or whatever. Maybe just a video back that's like, okay. And then the next one back would be the oozes are in the sewer because there is a coven of witches practicing dark arts in the forest, and the effects of that are leaking, through the groundwater and collecting and manifesting in the sewers. And then the next one back would be like, well, the coven is in service of this, or they're indebted to, let's say, a dragon, and this dragon, requires them to provide XYZ ritual by XYZ date. They're sort of at odds with each other. And then the next one would be, and that's because the dragon is actually like this, political figure, when they're in, their kind of transformed human form, and they're actually, creating this situation. And like kind of that back and forth kind of does sort of, I think what it's sort of that, like, how does a little problem magnify into the bigger one? And I bet it would get crazy, where it's like you have to take whatever the other person said, you have to continue to build on it, and after 4 or 5 times back and forth, you go, okay, here's the big bad evil at the end of it. Here's whatever it ended up being. I don't know how to pitch and get those things going, but as soon as I can think of a good name for it, a good way to explain it, get a couple people to do it with me, I think it could be a lot of fun. Be a fun, like, Saturday on D&D TikTok type of thing to watch people do. So I'll come up with something at some point. It's in my ideas folder. I'll find a way to push it out there at some point. So they basically made decisions that led to him becoming the big bad, but they don't know it yet. Interesting. Would this particular big bad be the type that would be motivated by petty, I'm going to say like almost petty revenge, or even like basically promised to help someone who was innocent and a bounty, he's now blinded? Because if it's somebody who also like hates them, like not only is now motivated to do bad things, but like specifically blames the party, I feel like that could manifest, and they straight up hid him in the library and left the city. Oh, okay. So he would probably, he would probably, let's say, have ill will towards them potentially. One player assumes he's dead. They're going to walk in on... Interesting. Okay. Nice. I like it. I like the idea. It feels like he could have a real petty vendetta against them. Like he could make it really personal. Lighter purple. Maybe I could just make a lighter purple. When I start to get ambitious, I'm like, I can mix paints. I can do it. Why not? I can make lighter colors easily. No, that's super exciting. It's really like, I think some of the most fun stuff is to be able to like make things that are sort of happening because of what the players did. I mean, shoot, my players are in the Feywild right now because they briefly visited the Feywild, and then one of the players accepted an apple. But the language used was, they handed it out to him and said, "Would you care for an apple?" My player said, "Certainly." Took it. Never planted it. Of course, what the Fey would consider caring for an apple is to actually care for it, to plant at least one apple tree and make something proper out of it. And since he never did that, they became bound to a larger Fey deal and are forced to help with some Feywild shenanigans. That's funny. Player disagreements are always super interesting because it's like sometimes nobody's right, other times it's like, ooh, that one they're totally right. That's what I would do. But oh, okay, they all talked. Like sometimes they even just like kind of forget about the right thing that they talk about and move on to something else. But yeah, it's always fun just kind of sitting there waiting to hear what they end up deciding on. I'm thinking, okay, is this going to be one that I really take and turn the screws on, or do they get a pass on this one? Yeah, I've enjoyed a more like a longer foray into the Feywild. I've never Never really done this much there because I, hadn't really figured out what I wanted to do with it, but pretty happy with how it's gone so far. And I think that arc is about to wrap up, which is exciting because getting them back to the material plane and all the trouble with the lich, I have tons of ideas for. Hide him in the library, turn him in, safe house, take him with him out of the city. Player decisions are weird. They really are. Dry brushing is magic. So Friday night I ran a it is crazy. It's how we can all get away with painting things for the table ourselves. So Friday night my other group, the regular group, couldn't all get together and they were going to be fighting this thing. So rather than take a whack at it short-handed, ran a goblin one-shot. They all played 5th level goblins and were tasked with basically a goblin heist. There's something shiny in this townhouse in the city. Go in and steal it. And they get there and there's like a party going on, so there's all these people. What are they gonna do? My players, full frontal assault straight through the front door. One of them goes invisible, runs up and grabs the shiny, which in this case, if they'd done even like an ounce of investigation, it's like the house belonged to a wizard. The shiny was actually a cage. So the player runs up, touches it, and releases the beholder that's inside the gemstone. And probably ended up, like, they all kind of, some of them ran out, some of them didn't make it, but probably ended up leveling that particular building in my city. So hey, at least they were goblins, right? Don't have to feel too bad about them making these horrible decisions and choices. Yes, they do. Well, I really like how that turned out. Oh, I know it would make the... Do I have the nerve to do it? If I did some edging, if I edge highlighted along these scales on the chest, that would really pop. I have to think about that one. I got a bunch of black I need to touch up now that I've really gone crazy on the wings. But that's what I need to work myself up to. That's what I need to convince myself to do. Take a light, maybe even like a, yeah. That would really make that pop. Because I don't think on the yellow, I don't think dry brushing is really going to matter. I think it's got to be in some kind of edging there. But I'm going to touch up the black first. Because that's safe. I'm not scared of doing that. And at some point I need to turn my attention to the base because I can start piecing this thing together. Which might make it easier to work with because I'll have a base to hold on to. I officially had the and I'm gonna totally flub it because I don't remember I mean, TikTok usernames are really hard anyway because the names that I read, the names that you read, and even like in some places within the TikTok app, like it switches whether it displays like their username or like the person's like display name or something, or like whether they kind of have a different name than their, I don't know. So I don't even really know, but probably one of the most entertaining or interesting follows I've had so far on TikTok, and I didn't even know. I wouldn't have even known how to find this person. But have you ever seen that video? Have you guys ever seen that video of I think it's what would it be called? It'd be a duet. And on the left side of the screen is a woman, in this case being the DM of the story, quickly losing her mind as her players fail to solve an obvious puzzle or fail to kind of put the pieces together. And on the right side of the screen is a guy using one of those like shape puzzles where you kind of put the shapes in the things, and it's like, oh geez, where do I put the circle? It's like, that goes in the square hole. They all can fit in the square hole. Like, that's like the joke. It was like I feel like we've probably all seen it at some point. I definitely remember seeing it long before I was ever on TikTok. Like, I feel like it's been a couple of years since I've seen that thing. I've referenced it a ton. It's hilarious. Maybe it's not been years, like a couple of years, but it feels like a while. But anyway, that guy, his name's Brock. That guy who made the original like square hole video followed me today, and that was delightful. I was like, no shit, square hole guy, awesome. Well, there you go. He's getting around. Well, what'd you say? A square hole interview. I mean, this is. I think he's got a podcast. Nice. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? So what are you making a digital or drawn map of the, or are you like grabbing the foam, grabbing the cardboard and making a keep? Awesome. Not to put more ideas on your plate, 'cause I'm sure you have a ton, but that would be an awesome opportunity for using something like a UV pen, or I guess you can make invisible ink to like make a section of it that is only found that way. I guess that would only be possible if you hand drew it. Digitally, that would, I mean, sure, there's some clever way to do it, but I've never tried. Why not, indeed? I did a so when I was handing out those puzzle props, the rogue, theirs, along with the cryptex, because that was the most like puzzly piece of it. That's kind of what clued them in that like there was something to solve. They just hadn't figured out what there was to solve yet. Along with that, because I thought just getting a cryptex wouldn't be that much fun, I drew out some maps on like kind of scrolly, like parchment-y type paper, like maps of locations that they haven't ever even heard of. Like this is like some rogue's old maps. So some mapped out areas. Like one was like a thieves guild, another one was like a temple. But one of them was actually the place that they were investigating. And unfortunately, they long left that place before they realized that there was anything hidden on anything with UV light, and so they missed the hidden room, and they never went back. And who knows if they ever will at this point? But if they had, the one hidden room that was marked on the map had a chest under the floor, or a chest hidden in the room with like, I don't know. I think I figured it was going to be somewhere in the realm of like 200,000 or 300,000 gold. Like a ridiculous amount, like probably like a game-changing amount. And I feel like that's a fair trade-off if it's like, okay, here's something hidden that I'm not going to tell them about, and they only can find if they really go above and beyond. But if they go above and beyond, like they're gonna feel like the masters of the universe. Like they're gonna feel like the, you know. But we'll see. They never did go back. Or it could even be, if there's no room for like hidden passages and stuff, it could even be symbols indicating like, you know, almost like whatever the equivalent is of like X marks the spot or like dig here. Which that would sort of require putting a what do you call it? Like the map would have to have like kind of an in-world author for that to make sense. Like it'd have to be sort of like a found item in that sense, which may or may not work with your vision for it. But yeah, just an idea. As you can tell, I like doing a bunch of work, figuring stuff out, planting things in the world that the players are very likely to never find, and then just hoping that somehow they do. Yeah, that's a cool idea. You've got to stay true to your map. You can't sacrifice the fidelity. It's funny, I wouldn't have even thought of it. Yeah, you're right, windows do get in the way. Probably of a lot of things. Did you ever have you ever seen The Shining? Or I guess I should say, are you aware of The Shining before I reference what I'm about to... Yeah, fair enough. So something that was discovered well long after the movie came out is that there are a bunch of these spatial anomalies in the movie. And there are some videos on YouTube that do a great job of detailing this. I think it actually came out, it was discovered when somebody wanted to make a Doom, like an old like Doom map based on the hotel in The Shining. And so he watched the movie and took notes and started to make like a deathmatch map. And he realized very quickly that it was impossible because the geometry depicted in the movie was impossible. That upon like him, like, you know, this guy, this map maker, really scrutinizing it, it was impossible to construct the hallways and the windows and everything to be real. And it was only some time after that, like a number of years, that somebody was given access to the Kubrick archives and found out that all of that was intentional. That, like, the idea was to create a subliminally uneasy sense of space by effectively making, you know, so like you go down a hallway, or you turn a corner, and the hallway has a bunch of rooms, even though like the wall's not thick enough to have those rooms. It's never called out in the movie, Nobody ever even seems to recognize that something weird is happening on, but the idea is that you would feel it somehow. Now, I'm sure that, nobody's players are perceptive enough on a map to go like, hey, that wouldn't work, but man, that'd be a cool way to drop in a little hidden place or an Easter egg. Is like, hey, this part of the map doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit. This floor, there's too much on this floor. There's not enough on this floor. Like, look, this whole piece here is missing or something. That'd be crazy subtle, but very interesting. I always thought that was a neat effect, and like a really, obviously, like it's right up my alley because the stuff that I get inspired by, because this director Kubrick put that in a movie. I guess he put it in his notes or whatever, but then like it's only found out or confirmed how many decades after he dies. That's a dedication to craft, if I've ever heard one. I feel like at a certain point I'd be like, okay guys, I need to tell you everything about my movies. That it's really important to me that everybody knows how clever I was. If you don't know how clever I was, then I'm not gonna die as happy. Like, I don't think I would be strong enough not to just be like, all right, hold on, let me tell you what was going on here. Heck yeah. Trapdoors. Heck yeah. I'll get myself one of these paint shakers. See all the cool kids using them. I'm like, damn, gotta get one. All the really cool and popular painters have them. Or just the people that spend enough time painting to go like, I'm tired of doing that. Spend $30 on something to improve my life. Finally set up a forge in the basement. How does that work? Sounds like some advanced engineering to me. Ah. See, that's where I would be sitting there looking at, like, that's where I'd be like, I know. This room is lined in some dwarven mithril nonsense that allows these things to be in proximity. They're done. Now I can build my Now I can build my basement or whatever and not have to. But the dedication. What good is the magic and the lore of my world if I can't just invent it ad hoc to satisfy my my lazy needs? There's some vents connected underneath the bathhouse to warm it up. Again, it's like a puzzle box. It's awesome. Players hand waved it and said it would just warm the whole house. Fair enough. It's awesome. Well, I finally set up a Google Calendar that I'm going to use as a stream schedule and try to at least like a couple days out start to be more intentional about the times I stream and try to link that up when I do. Try to get some regularity because I really like streaming. I just have been terrible about planning to do it. So hopefully that'll help. And start pushing that in my link tree. Hey, I have players who go crazy for a forge. They'd want to start doing all sorts of stuff with it. One player is a warforge, so he'd go nuts having a place that he could heal up anytime. Yeah, sometimes it's easier just to go, hey, I've got the time now, I'll go on. It's hard to predict when those times will be, but hey, thanks. I think the wings are gonna carry a lot for me. I think if I can do the edge highlighting that I'm thinking about on all the chest scales, I think I'll be pretty damn happy and touch up the base a bit. I think most of that's gonna be swamp like foliage and stuff anyway. I was thinking I might try to add some like pooling kind of resin to try to give sort of swamp vibes. We'll see if I get that ambitious by the time I'm just on base and touch up stuff. But yeah, I'm actually really happy with this guy. He's like all wings, so I'm glad that the technique on the wings worked out. Definitely be pretty dramatic on the table, and that's what matters. I may not have a shelf large enough to hold him, but that's a problem for tomorrow, Ryan. Not the totally awesome making stuff, Ryan. Making stuff, Ryan doesn't give a shit about where to store things. That can't come into the equation. I'm making things, damn it, and it just doesn't matter yet. That's got to be one big benefit to crafting on flat sheets that can be rolled and bound, and probably even stacked and rolled, and then away they go. that's, you know, just thinking about that, that sounds pretty nice. So tricky to hold on to. Thank you, Bad Music, on my stream for giving me something to talk about, which is that I need to change that horrible song. Here I am breaking all the rules of streaming. Okay, let's see. What else? Do I have anything else to say about dragons? Meh. I think at a certain point I'm just sick of even thinking about this dragon. No, that's not true. A lot more to do. Excited to base. You know, I do so much terrain that sometimes the oh, hey, thanks, Ghosts. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you again. I do so much terrain work that I think that sometimes the base is the most fun part of a miniature thing for me. Or at least that's what I tend to want to spend a lot of time on. Sometimes to my detriment, because it can be a real time suck. It's kind of like making interiors of buildings and things playable. It's a good way to triple the amount of time you spend on something versus, you know, focusing on just getting the thing done. Just painting up a black dragon. Using some purple on the wings. Say getting pretty close to a spot that I would consider, you know, awesome for my skill level. You know, the type of work I'm proud to put on the table. Not as good as some, that's for sure, but definitely definitely good enough for the table. Shit, it's definitely already there. I'm just at this point enjoying myself and seeing what little more I can do. And I definitely am going to be edge highlighting those yellow scales. So that'll be exciting. But anytime I've ever done something like that, I've always been really glad I did. So I think it'll help that piece of it pop. And if I'm smart about it, if I had a good color, I bet I could do 2 levels of edge highlighting on those scales. Because I think I have a white, micron pen that I could basically like run along the very, very edges. So if I put like a thick line of something, yeah, maybe if I'm feeling super ambitious, maybe that's what I'll do. Just sort of cleaning up all my crimes here on the wings where I spread the purple too far and trying to make a crisper line, or any sort of line for that matter, so that it all doesn't just blend and fade together. A little bit of that for the talons too. Pretty cool. Stumbled upon a post on Reddit earlier, and there was a, I don't know if he's done it multiple times. It wasn't here on TikTok. It was actually on Twitch, but DM doing a session design type stream, which is something I've been experimenting with too. It's like, sweet. Be super cool if they keep up with it and do, I don't know, I need to look, and still need to research and see if they've done more than the one that I saw them doing today, but I think that kind of stuff can be really fun and interesting, just both to see how other people think. And he was actually, I think, doing some like, let's just, you know, take a location, take a monster, and like kind of put it all together. And whereas I'm like, well, and that's probably a lot more approachable, because what I've been doing so far, you know, is just like, well, let me try to explain the intricacies of the session that I need to plan for and the things that I'm doing for it, and hopefully this is interesting to somebody to try to catch up with and, you know, get something out of. But over here I completely made the bone disappear. Getting there. Nobody ever said it was a fast process. Couple bits, I think, on the wings. I need to figure out what I'm going to edge highlight yellow with. Don't think I want to go straight to white. Might not do white at all. Okay, so let's see. I might have a yellow that could work, but I wonder. Maybe I should test using the same kind of bone horn color. least test it. Maybe that would be weird. Maybe it'd be too... I don't know. Just try it out. Maybe I'll feel like a genius. And if I hate it, I can just paint right back over it. Trying to decide if I like it. Pretty damn subtle. I may like it, but I don't think I like this color, actually. And now I'm thinking that the thing to do is to actually use the white and just kind of roll it along the edge. And I may not even do all of them. That's what I want to try. Just gonna go straight for it. Why not? Why the hell not just going for it? Definitely less subtle. Not sure if it'll show up on this camera though. A little bit. Adds a little bit of pop. Probably don't have to be as careful as I'm being. Which is what I say, that way when I screw this up, it seems on purpose. Hey, what's up, Fitz? Just working on a black dragon here. Just experimenting with things that could, techniques that could just make me hate the whole thing. You know, really smart stuff to do about 5 or so hours into a miniature. I don't think I'll hate it. Oh man, I gotta check my notes. I don't remember what I called it. Technically though, this one has multiple identities because it's gonna show up in 2 games, so I know I need at least one name for it because I don't think I named it in both of my games. I think I've only given a name. It's a guardian dragon in one case, and in the other it's just sort of like a scourge. Hopefully it's just simple to do the other side. What other dragon minis? So in terms of the ones that I'm proud of, I have a white dragon. That was probably the first dragon that I ever ran. That was from the not the starter set, but the essential set, I think. I think there's a white dragon in the starter set too, but that wasn't the one that I had. And also a green dragon and a nightmare dragon. Those, I'm all proud of how those are painted up. I have other ones that I have that are slapdash. I have a young black dragon that's not done. I have a red dragon that's not done. Oh, I forgot I also have a gold dragon that I'm proud of. Gold dragon is super cool, even though it's never been It's never been an antagonist. It's never been a bad guy. Should probably pull them all out for a quick set of photos and maybe a video once I finish this one. You know, the ones that I'm proud of. I think I can hear a dog that wants let out, so I should probably go do that. Once I get this done, I feel like he would understand. He'd be like, no, please don't take me out yet. You still got a few scales to highlight there. He wouldn't want me to stop. That's definitely what he's communicating when he whines from the other room. It's like, hey, whenever you get to a good stopping point, don't mind me. Nightmare Dragon. I will grab it off the shelf when I stand up here. And you can see it. You'll see what my version of it looked like, but in terms of how I've used it, it's typically an unnatural dragon pulled from another plane into this one by some nefarious means. I'm sure there's some interesting lore about it that I'm butchering. But that's roughly speaking how I've used it. I will drop my Nightmare Dragon down on the table while I go take my dog out, and I'll probably be 5 minutes. Is it a young one? Sure. Probably could have printed it a lot bigger. Was this a print? This wasn't a print. This is something I bought. Sorry, better in shot. But it stands up pretty well. Here's my, like, it's still pretty threatening next to a mini, right? Like, it's a decent sized monster. But I like it and tend to use it. It's something that can come out of a portal pretty much anywhere. Could be some kind of wizard thing. You know, conjured by a wizard that's not careful enough, which is, let's be honest, that's every wizard. So here's an important question. What color are a black dragon's eyes? The answer is whatever color you want them to be. What color should they be? My reference has green eyes. Green eyes? I don't know about that. Would they be red? Would they be white? Maybe they'd be yellow like the scales. Oh man, Remoraz. I feel like you can get away with some really exotic colors painting something like that. I think those are like isn't a show? I think it betrays. I don't think I've really run one before. Isn't that like a, you know, like a snow biome, like an Arctic, or like a? Aren't they generally like ice dwellers? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. What color is the corruption that got the dragon? That's fair. Let's try on yellow. Let's see what I think of yellow, which is not an answer to the question at all. It's just a color that I think might fit. Gotcha. Well, if you wanted to do, I think making something that. So that here's the tricky thing. I think it can be not so hard to make something that looks like it's like, you know, covered in snow, that it's like a, you know, belongs in sort of the in the ice. It kind of broke from the ice, or it's like a frozen sort of atmosphere. I think that can be a really rewarding and simple thing to paint, because it's actually just like lots of layered dry brushing, right? From sort of a darker color all the way up to like bright white, and that can be really nice to do. However, it's not that often that you get to use monsters in that environment, unless you sort of drop some sort of, you know, magically cold scenario into a thing. So like that's the downside of like, okay, great, now you have a monster that, okay, when are you going to use it? You know, I guess if you can convince players to head up north, but in my experience, that's easier said than done. But I think I've seen pictures of people painting up a Remoraz using kind of really crazy colors. It kind of depends what you want the origin of it to be. You know, what kind of a look it gets to have. And that's a nice party member that got you a mini as a gift. Sounds like a nice party. Probably make it more temperate drawing. forest. Okay. That definitely makes me think more. Well, let me see here. It does look like a centipede. Yeah, it looks like when I pull it up or when I do a search, it looks like a lot of people tend to paint them with sort of a blue base, and different kind of highlights and things from that, which could still work. But if it lives in the forest, that's going to make it stand out pretty quite a bit. So you could always like basically do the same color scheme, just kind of color shift it to like maybe it's a brown or some sort of tan color instead of the blue, and then follow everything else along with it. And that would work just fine. Like that's one of the things you can do sometimes if you find references you like. It's like, I like everything about it except for the blue. It's like, okay, then just change the blue color, leave the rest. It's that sort of palette swap is probably still going to look really good. I definitely have a Remoraz sitting unpainted. I have to find a good reason for including it in a game. I feel like I don't really have the luxury of painting stuff that I'm not going to use in a game. Drow skin. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. I feel like skin is always tricky anyway. It's always a bit tough. Current solution is a base of darker steel gray and a thin layer of the... Hey, that sounds pretty good. Sounds like that would work. Huh. Now I need to hit its mouth, or at least its tongue. It's black. It's a black dragon. I'm okay with the mouth being, but I do want to hit the tongue with something. Deep red feels about right. So you guys can give me your honest opinion when it comes to the powers. I'm giving this black dragon some special damage output. You can tell me whether you think it's extreme, too much, or not. One of them is the poison breath I'm giving it. I figure my black dragon that I'm gonna be running is more poison. I guess I shouldn't say more poison. It's poison and acid. I lump them together. They're both coming off of this thing, just in waves coming off of this thing. Standing near it is gonna be painful due to how much just like corrosive cloud floats around it. So if you get hit by breath weapon and completely fail to save, in addition to the poison damage that's going to cause, this ancient black dragon basically removes your ability to succeed at a con save ever again. On your character sheet, find this part where it's like Constitution saving throw and just cross it out. You'll never succeed at one of those again. That's idea number 1. I'll pause at that. You guys can tell me whether that seems too extreme or not. Keep in mind that this will be fighting 13th and 14th level players, even though I'm not sure that really matters all that much. It's more just like crazy powerful boss monster dragon that's supposed to feel powerful. That's only the first idea. I'll give you the second idea. Standing close to the dragon, like say within 20 feet of the dragon. If you're standing that close to the dragon at the start of the dragon's turn, then you roll to save against the acid, just the corrosive nature, like just being close to it is sort of like caustic, right? And if you save, then you just take acid damage. And if you fail, you take the acid damage and it the acid damages basically your outermost whatever magic items you're wearing. Let's say one of them, and I would probably let the player choose which one, as long as it's something that requires attunement. So piece of armor, a ring, cloak, shoes, something's getting damaged. And in that case, I think damaged means it is effectively, while not destroyed, it's damaged to the point of no longer maybe even being magical. Like it needs to be re-enchanted. It needs to be fixed by somebody high enough level like that. Because the whole point of it is that you have to back away from this thing. Like if you just being close to it is dangerous. Third idea. This is the last one. There's only really three tweaks. The third idea is that any melee weapon, which already being in melee with this thing is dangerous. Any melee damage done is basically going to I think number 1, cause splash damage of acid in every direction, which is like, okay, that's fun. But also it's going to hey, thanks for the live, Fitz. And it's also going to cause a -1 damage to the output of that melee weapon. So if it's like a +3 sword that you're hitting it with, and slice through it, it gets covered in whatever is inside of a dragon like this. Okay, now it's got a -1 applied, and maybe I'll put a limit on that, like that it'll only take it down to a certain point. But it's like, damn, even the weapons you use to fight it get torn apart as you go. Yeah, I'm liking the look of that a lot. Now I gotta do the stupid teeth. So those are the 3 big ideas. And keep in mind the stuff with the breath weapon, it's like, what's a dragon gonna get to do? Maybe 2 breath weapons during the fight. Like these are players that have, all sorts of magic, all sorts of things that they can do. you know, especially at this level, it's like, what can you do to really harm a player? What can you do to really inflict like long lasting like stuff that they remember? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, kind of sort of long lasting permanent effects, and hurting their stuff, which isn't something that I just flippantly do. But for fighting a dragon, for fighting something like this, it's like, well, this, you could come away with somebody being like, well, yeah, so, you know, so and so player can never make a con save again, and then so and so player completely lost their like magic armor that they'd had forever, and then the other one like burned through 2 of their weapons destroying this thing. It's like, that's a story about fighting a dragon. Like, that's something that I feel like, as frustrating as that may be in the moment to fight a dragon, or maybe scary because nobody wants to lose their stuff, like it has the potential to be the type of dragon encounter that I want to make, which is the one that, like, even outside of this game in the future, they'll be like, oh yeah, listen to this fight we had, and that makes it really memorable. Because that's what gives me that's what makes me want to pull all those triggers, even though I'm like, obviously, since I'm asking for feedback, I'm like, oh boy, is it a good idea? I don't know. But then the fact that I'm thinking maybe it's not a good idea tells me maybe it probably is a really good idea. I probably need to try it. If I don't try it, then come on. That's what the game's for, right? You say the second idea. I'm glad you like one of them. I'll take it. I'll take the vote of confidence. Sorry, I have to get sort of close in to hit up the teeth properly. Will this dragon have outward appearances relating to its corruption? Yeah, so the corruption and I think more importantly, like, I've been thinking about signs to just how damaging it is, or indications, I guess I should say. Like, I wouldn't want the first time that the players realize what it can do, you know, that it I'd like the players to have a hint that, hey, thanks, Ghost. I want to sort of hint that, you know, as this thing walks, like, the ground sort of sizzles and burns, or, you know, things that, you know, even, you know, feet away from it, just it being nearby seems to burn, and you know, just kind of tease what it does to things that it comes in contact with, or things around it. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think I want to get this base a little bit more ready. Let me jump over here. Fairly basic base so far. Could definitely do with some dry brushing. So maybe I'll do that. See what I have. Definitely need to hit gray for the rocks, and like a lighter tan color for the kind of muddy ground. How would I paint gelatinous cubes? So the one that I have, I think was painted with just like a green wash. Basically, just put a green wash over it. Which I don't think I would do again, because at the time I was like, oh, this way, like you can still kind of see in and see some sense of it. It just ends up being kind of muddy, and I think that the value of seeing through, like first of all, it wasn't like it's just like the WizKids gelatinous cube. Maybe there's a better one. I just think like the value of that isn't very high. It's better off just making it look cool on the outside. So I'd probably do. I'd probably do different kind of blends of green on a gelatinous cube, and then maybe do some sort of as much highlights as it would allow, and then definitely hit it with like a gloss varnish. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Or also, like, nothing says they have to be green. Dry brushing is a good idea when you're not sure what the next step is with something. Just give it a dry brush. Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt. Bring out some more detail and figure out where to go after that. At least you're still working on something. At least you're still putting paint on the damn canvas. Has the added benefit of making pretty much anything you're working on look better, and then you feel better about it, and you go, ah, now I know. Now I know what I should do. Sometimes saying that makes you know what you should do next. I feel like the trick on this one is getting some foliage down, getting some grass, some green, some not so green, some dead stuff. And for that, I need to pull out some of my vegetation. So I feel like this sells fairly well for like a muddy, like this could definitely be in a swamp, like that makes sense. So I just need to get growth, you know, growing along the side of the rocks, maybe do some moss, maybe. And some hatches. I'd like to do, yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So I need to grab that, put it someplace here where it's accessible. So that'll take me just another minute. So I'll be right back. Probably 30 seconds. So we'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Moss would be cool. Which I may just have to kind of combine. I think I've got a cup of some. Also, I've got some of this. Some of those. I also have some over here. I don't know if those would be. I don't know if I want to include them or not, but have like basically like. I don't like how clean it is though. But maybe if it's someplace in like overgrown, it's not a terrible idea. Some crazy grass like that. Literal swamp tuft. So this is the benefit, just holding on to everything you've ever bought to base any sort of stuff that you've got, and then just going back through it. So I like all of that, and maybe so I have this mixture in a cup sitting on a shelf just for this kind of purpose. It's just all different colors, but definitely good for things like moss. So let me give myself a little bit of space. Oh yeah, every time I look at it, I'm like, okay, that dragon's cool. Get it out of my way though. Dragon's in my way. Okay, move that. This. So probably this cup will go a long way on this base, especially with this kind of dark stuff I want to add. I feel like, whether I'm right or not, I don't know, but I think that the trick with any sort of vegetation or flocking or whatever, the trick is basically just like anything else. It's detail and texture. The more that you have, the better it tends to look. The more, I guess not the more of it, the more different types. And it's the layering that really gets it. So it looks more and more convincing the less you have, or the more variety that you have, the more convincing that it looks. Okay, enough talk. Hey Ben, it's all good. Welcome. Do you have any question? Oh, totally. Yeah, you can see the dragon. Let me grab it. Here's how it's doing right now. Let me get it better in the shot. Got sort of purple wings, got sort of the yellow chest, scales. There you go. Thanks. I'm pretty excited about it. Excited to get it on the base. The other trick with any sort of grass flocking stuff is that it's going to go everywhere. You just do your best. Going to need glue, and then moss I think typically grows on like one side, so let's just say that this is my favorite side. I'm going to say that this is where the moss will grow kind of up these sides of the rocks. I think that's true. I've heard that. I feel like I've read that somewhere. Piece that I need. Is a good brush to ruin. Grab a brush I don't care about that I'm unlikely to use, and that becomes a good glue brush. Yeah. I find with any of this stuff that one of the hardest things about it is not to get too much in your head about it, not to be too kind of designy about it, and just kind of try to find a spot where it's like you just kind of going with it. I don't know how to describe it. Find a flow state where it's like, yeah, of course that's there. That's just kind of where your hand went. So now that's a place that goes. Okay. Think. What? Multi-platform night plush. Can't believe I see you on all these different places, Viking. Sorry, I was not looking up a chat. I was busy. Got a dragon going, got a base going. Crazy stuff. And yes, you can see my face. Wild times. At least if you're looking at one of the good streams. Absolutely. I understand entirely. Not sure how much of this next type of grass I'm going to add. Well, Viking, I appreciate you stopping in every which way. Actually, Twitch is probably best place because that's the one where they're so stingy without showing evidence of interaction. You know how that goes. Happy to see your face across all the platforms. I'm honestly, I've been trying to keep the sheet of paper. Yeah, paper would be better than the actual, like, what I was using, because it's like too porous, right? It collects. Yeah, better than paper towel for saving this life. You're totally right. As usual. It's not like I don't have access to paper. And this is, by the way, this is where now I'm feeling super self-conscious with you watching, because you are the way more experienced with all the natural touches and flocks and things than I am. I do it, but not nearly as often as I think you do. So be kind, or don't be kind. I actually don't care about that at all. But I just want you to know that I'm aware of my ineptitude as I just slop on foliage with very little thought at each step. We'll see. I'm hoping that I can fool the eye with variety on this one. I've got a few different kinds to lay down, so hopefully that'll help. I don't know about that, Viking. You've got some pretty natural looking stuff you've made. Don't sell yourself short. Not in my comments. Thanks, Arcade. Definitely. Well, okay, so that's enough on there to know that I like that variation a lot. Let me get a better frame so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. Basically, on low points, there's a lot more plants. It's a good point. And in this case, like, it's like a I definitely like having the variety in this to mix it up, especially because, like, there's going to be a lot of dead grass, like waterlogged. It's a swamp base thing, so there's definitely lots of growth, but it's irregular. I think I want to do I want to do another layer of that same, what's it called? Steppe grass. It's just like darker grass. I think I want to do another round of it, but heavier. I think I want a lot more of it. That's what I think. We'll see if in the end it makes sense, but you're right. I don't want it to overshadow. And I think it's all going to stay in the relative, like, color family. I definitely don't want it to be like an overproduced base or whatnot, but I also want the flock to seem halfway legitimate if I can. That's right, Viking. You do make your flock. You're an insane person for that. That's one I can't even imagine. I've seen so many different tutorials of people that do that sort of thing, and it's super cool. But man, I'm like, okay. It's like we all have our crazy piece of the hobby that takes a whole lot of time because it's you know, the fun part, or like the part, the detail. That's the one. That's one of those to me. Holy cow! Seems like a lot of work. Static grass applicator. Yeah, I do not have one of those, but I've thought about it, especially because I thought about something I'd like to mess around with is I want to experiment with grass tiles, which I think going the static grass applicator route would be a part of that. Because I have like boards for the wilderness, I have boards for sort of the wilds, but that doesn't actually get the effect that I think if I made a tile system that I could do like hills and things like that. And I think it could, yeah, as long as you have lots of styrofoam. Yeah. No, I know it's yeah. I just can't imagine it. I'll just all that may be true, Viking, but it's also got to be messy as all hell. Maybe I'm just not all that messy. I don't know. We'll see. You know what? I'm doing a bunch of stuff now that I never thought I'd do. Maybe handmade flock, or homemade flock is in my future. We'll see. Yeah, the effects that I've seen with the static grass, like the applicators, is so stinking cool. Absolutely. Okay, that feels good. House of Tufts, mountain, highland, and swamp. Let's do highland and swamp. Somewhere. Yes. This will be probably the last bit of any sort of flocking. These tufts. Just try to add them in some places. Look at it differently. Yeah, biking that stream is awesome. I feel like the past couple times I've been there, you've been drawing a pretty decent crowd. That's awesome. It's exciting. You had like a raid or two, I think. I feel like I've seen recently. Super awesome. Yeah, I saw that. I saw your. Who was that? That was. I don't remember who did it, but I remember seeing it and being like, "Dang, this is a nice set of people." Hopefully, got some subscribers from that. Well, they're dedicated folks, and I can tell that you guys all spend a lot of time streaming together because everybody knows everybody, and it's cool. Yeah, Kim, that's right. Dang, 20 followers all at once. That's huge. That's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. Hopefully, hopefully that drives your count of regulars up a little bit. Get that many more people every time you're streaming, every time you're making stuff. That might be pretty cool. That might be, especially with the dragon over the top of it. That may be pretty good. Fit. Fit for the dragon. Get him on here. Basically, let's see. Hey man, that's a ton of followers. Oh sure, I get that. But also like, I don't know, Twitch is very unique. Every single follower I feel like is earned in a way that never feels the same on other platforms. So huge accomplishment for sure. Okay, I've test fit this so many times now I just need to remember how I got it all in there. Which pegs went first? This is the awkward part for sure. Might have to actually widen a hole or two. Hey, thanks, man. It has been a lot of fun to make. I think it's going to be awesome on the table. Assuming that I can fit it into the dang holes that I made for it. Let me re-widen those a little bit. The base is ultimately wood, and the pegs that I have are wood. So I think I might use some wood glue to hold it. The mini is actually a WizKids mini. Biggest black dragon I think they've ever sold, or at least that I've seen. And saw it on a shelf the other day and was like, that's my black dragon. Because I'm actually, unless it's their massive ones, I don't really care for them. They're like adult size. I don't think it's quite big enough to be sort of epic, and this size is definitely qualifies for my ancient black dragon that I needed. I could print dragons like this, but I actually really like both the weight and the flexibility. I know I should wait in case I want to alter it, but it's pretty well set. Here's what you know about me. Here's what you can know about me, and what you can confirm is I don't take your advice. Is that I am a very impatient crafter, and I want to see I want my results. Hey, at least I'm aware. At least I'm aware I'm impatient. And hey, I'm test fitting. You know, I'm being responsible, or I should say, test fitting again. Come on now. Tight fits, but they do go in. There we go. So that's how it'll sit. Yeah. See, I think the only ways that I'll really alter this is there's some, and this was going to be the case. I knew that the model like kind of has like, it's cockeyed in one spot where I might tuck something in under the foot or like add some foliage to kind of hide it, but relatively minor in the scheme of things. It's something that can happen with models, and especially models like this. So let's see here. Let me think about this. In terms of the hold that I want to get, okay. Viking, a favor. Of course. You know what? I'll do you one better. I can move. I'll not only move the paint water, I'll move the cup of flock. move it. Move them both back to their normal homes. Hey, what's the worst that could happen? It's supposed to be a swamp base anyway, right? Let's see here. Just thinking about how I want to secure it down. I think I know. Oh yeah, Viking, is that something that you do? Is that something that you've done? Yeah, I think that's something we've all done, for sure. We've all done it at some point or another. And kicked ourselves for it. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I still have splatter on the walls that'll probably be visible in some shots from a, gosh, what was it? It was either a green or a red. I think it was green, from a green ink that like exploded. It was like a green, whatever. So it's still all over the walls and stuff. It's like, well, that's what this space is for. Getting paint all over everything that's not supposed to have paint. Yeah, I hear you. Go back to using my brush that I'm killing for this. Yep, agreed. Well, that sounds very resourceful of you. And I would never have thought of that, so thanks for the tip. on frame, but should be done in a second. So what I'm gonna do now is I want to squeeze in. It's probably hard to tell from this angle, and certainly hard from the overhead. But there is just a gap. Oh, you can kind of see it. Yeah, you can see it right there. The peg that I have holding each of the feet down, there's a gap where the foot lifts up, and I think I just need to add in enough that will sort of convincingly sell that there's just a bunch of stuff he's stepping on. Maybe I can probably stick some tufts under there. Maybe a rock. Maybe that would be the best thing to try to slip in. That would probably look better than any sort of foliage. Yeah, that would probably be best. I know, a skull, a body. Thinking. Also looking, trying to get a sense of. It's a pretty decent step up. It's just sort of how the miniature was curved. I knew it would be a thing. It would be like the last thing to care about. Probably some sort of elevation. Sorry for the shitty view, everybody. Just taking a look. Rocks are relatively easy to come by. Easy to carve up. Yeah, like skeleton pieces. Yeah, maybe. If that was the case, I'd probably want to have more though. But I think it would make sense just if I can get a rock similarly. If I can get a good fit, and then it wouldn't take long to like kind of paint it up. Pretty much the same as the other ones. I know a rock is like the. Yeah, simple. I think. I'll just take a piece off of this. It honestly, you know what? It might not even appear to be. It might not even appear to be a rock. It might just appear to be like some elevation that gets slid in there. No, my rocks are very curated. Yeah, I think that would be pretty. That would sell pretty well, I think. That's what I'll do. Real rock. Please. Get out. Oh, I know you would. Sounds like a lot of work. No, I'll just slide it out of my way. Slide it that way, and give it some texture. I'll take. What's the next? I'll take the Cro-Magnon. Like, what's the civilized? Started to use tools. Started to like carve out a stone wheel. I can accept. I'm willing to take that. Yeah. Yeah, Cro-Magnon. That's what I thought. That's right. Just Mod Podge and black paint. It's funny when I see people that the whole black magic craft, you know, mixture or whatever. Seen people get all pissy with him. You know, all people have done that before. That's not that's not yours. It's like, guys, he knows that it's just Mod Podge and black paint. It's a bit tongue in cheek, but it's just people getting mad about dumb stuff online. Territorial, even in crafting. But yeah, I agree. He's super awesome. We were just talking a little bit earlier in chat about yeah, exactly. He popularized it and put, like, I feel like there's two phases, and I could be wrong, but it's just what I see. It seems like there's kind of two phases of crafters, at least in like the kind of the YouTube age. And the first are the ones that kind of came through with DM Scotty, or that kind of were inspired by DM Scotty. And I feel like then there's the next phase that missed DM Scotty or weren't, you know, paying attention or weren't there for it, and came in with Black Magic Craft. Weld bond, water, black, brown, and green paint. Nice. Oh. See? Yeah, see, look, there's an earlier phase I'm not even aware of. That seems about right. Of course there should be. What do I know? Well, and that's what's wild. Like, I've had people, because of all my terrain and stuff like that, people post like, oh, you got to make some videos talking about how you make this stuff. I'm like, guys, there's so many people making better how-tos about this stuff. Like streaming is one thing, but trying to be like instructional, I'm like, guys, just go watch and try to point them to the. It's like half the stuff people like that they see that I have, I just cribbed from other people's stuff. It's like I'll stick to making my story videos. I still remember when I thought that I would never go beyond. I used to put so much time into dry erase maps. I was like, this is all I'm ever going to need to do. Just getting a dry erase map and just drawing out the dungeon, revealing it as players went. I was like, this is it for me. I'm never going to, it's like, terrain? No, I'm never going to go. I'm not going to do that. So, who the hell knows what's next? Like I said, homemade flock probably, right? That'll be in there somewhere. I mean, it definitely folds easier. I can see the appeal. Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I've never made anything flocked that was very big. I have not done that. I could see wanting to do that though, going the static grass route. Like I said, if I make grass tiles, which I think could be kind of cool. I like that RP Archive has some pretty cool tutorials on that, which I think he uses like a bunch of clay in his, or maybe that's just in his street tiles. I don't remember, but I'm like, I think I could probably make a version of those that is more approachable to me to make a bunch of them, and could like the valuable the gameplay piece of RP Archive's tiles, apart from the artistry, because he's like so damn good at all of his craft. I'm just sitting there. I'm just always just like, I'm sitting there. This is like a high compliment. I'm just sitting there watching his videos. Usually, I'm just like, dude, fuck you, man. Holy cow! It's just always so good. And the precision and all the stuff. It's like, okay, that's not how I approach this stuff. But if I could find an approachable way, I like that mechanically he's got a really good point, which is that hills that are sort of added on top of the grass always feel less engaging than hills that could be made like out of the grass. If the tiles themselves, if the shape kind of the table changed, I'm like, okay, that I like that, and that makes a lot of sense to me. And having the option to do more kind of slopes and hills, I think would make for some more interesting combat scenarios. Yeah. It's definitely. it's definitely a respectful, screw you, man, because it's just like that good. But some really cool ideas, like some stuff, like I said, that I want to experiment with. Like I think he does just a couple inch tiles, or I don't know what square size his, but like I know for me, like I've come to really like my 6-inch tile system. It's not even really a system, but I like 6-inch. That seems to fit really well with kind of the blocky way or the kind of the general size that I tend to build stuff in. I have to, allows me to make considerably fewer tiles. So if I could adapt his ideas and kind of make hills on that type of grid, I think I would be pretty happy. But I just got done doing what is for me a very large temple tile set, like right before I really started streaming, like 2 months ago, like beginning of the year type of thing. So I am not looking to jump into another tile thing, especially because I don't have my own just generic dungeon tile set. I have sort of like a desert temple dungeon set, but not just sort of like stone. I think so. I think that's the desert sand kind of the sandstone one that I have, which I like, and I really like using because it has sort of like an old school feel. It feels like a lot of the temples as shown in like kind of old modules, like black and white, like that's the stonework that it kind of makes me think of. Like maybe it's like the gray stone, but I want a gray stone. I've got a lot of ideas for how to take that, kind of what I made for that set, and expand on it. Do some more stuff, and that makes a lot of sense to me to spend a ton of time on, because I'll be using that set, forever. So it's like, okay, what are all my ideas for it? But I have to, the way that I craft stuff, I have to find a way to like make use of it sooner, because if it's like, okay, I'm gonna make 150 of these and I can't use any of it until I have all 150 done, it's like, okay, I need to make enough that I can get like a room made, start actually getting it in play so I can kind of see, and that's or at least that's going to be the approach that I want to take, rather than kind of all or nothing. Yeah, MDF. MDF is another thing that I need to start using with some of my stuff. That'll be next. I can definitely feel that. I'm sure that one of the next kind of terrain sets that I make, just being too impatient. Can't do it yet. Yeah, scatter on MDF, especially if there's going to be a lot of glue and stuff involved. It's pretty much the only way. Always fun to get to the phase where it's just waiting for glue to set. Yeah, that'll be my... Ironically, this kind of crafting is what's gotten me more into a lot of power tools and stuff, but I'll definitely, it's definitely something I'll get into at some point. I just haven't yet. Like this disc is, this was just like a dollar store something or other. 2 to 4 projects on the go. I get it for sure. I think, apart from this little snag or this little kind of adjustment I need to make with the rock, just waiting for the layers to dry. I think I'm pretty happy with my Black Dragon. The base is big on it, but I think it had to be. And I think like looking at it, especially once all the flock and like tufts and stuff dry, I can definitely see coming back through with this might be weird. This might be a weird idea, but I've got like green and I mean I've got all sorts of different like shades specifically for like mini stuff, but I kind of want to I think I want to do more darkening of especially the kind of the consistent flock and like the moss and stuff like that. I want to hit it maybe with some green shade and maybe some darker ones just to sort of kind of make it all a little bit splotchier, a little bit more wet looking. But I don't think I'll mess with that until after everything's dry tomorrow. And this dragon is fairly heavy, so a bigger base was sort of necessary. I think anything else would have flopped over. Yeah, washes. That's the word. That's the word at 2 in the morning. Washes. Yeah, I think I might try. Yeah, green and brown, just stuff to kind of just add a little bit more variety. I don't like seeing as much of the just like kind of green and kind of yellow peppered in there. So, but also, kind of like you were saying, there's tons of room still on the base if I wanted to. If I got inspired and was like, let me come through and add like a bunch of skulls, add some bones, add some, you know, whatever, some overgrown like corpse mixed in there. Also, and this is something that I don't think about that often, and it's sort of a happy accident with having some space on a base, it gives room for pulling minis in closer to the dragon. So if somebody comes up to attack it, moving them right up onto the base and in close proximity to the dragon becomes easy to do, that's a nice benefit of having some space on it. But damn, those wings are huge. I'm gonna have to build a new shelf to put this thing on. I don't have space for it at all. Which is okay by me. Probably didn't have to even really Mod Podge this thing. I probably should have just went straight to painting it, but old habits die hard. I have a bunch of stuff that I could add, a bunch of more stuff that I could sort of layer in, and that may be, yeah. What I look over because I've got a tub over here of just kind of all this kind of, you know, natural growth stuff that I've collected. Finding the way to work that stuff in while making it look not just like tossed in is always the hard part for me. So that's what it always comes later in the game. But yeah, I might take some of that and see if there's a way to stick it in somewhere, layer it in somewhere, for sure. And this is I've got my here. Since I'm sitting here waiting anyway, there's a little bit of space in the camera. So I have about a dozen pieces. I have about a dozen pieces of terrain, sort of untreated or unfinished in this kind of weird sculpt-a-mold state, has been for a long time. Probably not going to get any of it really done for the sake of this particular dragon fight, because it'll be in like 2 days. But at some point I want to finish it. It's probably not how I would approach this kind of thing. It's probably not how I'd approach swamp terrain now, but since I still have it, it's like, okay, I want to, you know, paint it up, gross it up, make it all kind of feel more like a swamp. But yeah, probably not for this particular go around, but I do have it all, and at some point I really should finish it. I know, right? Just well, I just need to prime the damn stuff, paint it up. You know, pretty much all of those pieces are set to are kind of have indents to be able to like get some muck and do some basic tiny resin pours, but not quite yet. Impatient crafter. I don't like to wait. Just sort of consolidate all my drying time into one layer if I can. It's like, why even bother with the multiple layers? You're totally right. Yeah, it for where I have them. Not all of the pieces have kind of all of the like. I've got like those kind of like plastic foliage I was trying to use and just sort of stick it in glue places. And I've got, I think, at least like 6 or 7 pieces that have that piece or that step at least done. So with all of that secured, yeah, just like spraying it all down and getting it to a place, and even just some like dry brushing and stuff would go a long way. Here, this is a good use for my my space heater. That's what it's here for, is to dry this kind of stuff. Pretty fast. Yeah. Yeah, I think painting stuff to be, I think painting swamp stuff should be pretty low stress, and it'd be fun. I actually, especially after doing this on stream, and I don't know if you noticed, but I have a lot more height. Oops. It's okay, Dragon. I have a lot more height and space using the camera that I am now for my at least above head view. So, and I think I can even lift it higher than what it is currently. So I think that will make working on some of my terrain, like buildings and stuff, it'll make it a lot easier. I really want to get to painting some of my buildings and stuff. Hell yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. See you, Viking. See you next time. Last step here, which will probably just have to happen off stream because the action has slowed as I wait for something to dry, but honestly, pretty damn happy with where it ends up. Definitely gonna get some pictures and some video, and schedule those to post after the game where I debut this guy and see what kind of damage he can do. So thanks everybody for hanging out on the stream. If you are new and checking this out for some reason, or even still hanging about, RyanMLDM.com, just my username.com, has all my links on it. TikTok, YouTube, pretty much the kind of stuff I'm doing right now is like short video kind of advice for players and DMs alike. DM a couple times a week, so I have a whole bunch of good, bad, in between wisdom to share. So that's what I do. Hope to catch you guys on the next stream. Beware the black dragon.